Alrighty then. Hi everybody. Oops, I still have this open. Oh man. Guess who just approved her employees' timesheets because she forgot to do it over the weekend. That's right. Like literally right before the stream. Okay. Well, anyway. Hi. How y'all doing? Welcome to another Zero Streams. Tails is here. Chico's here. Chico says, last time I came this early, you were doing PMDE stuff. PMDE? Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is what, like the playthrough? Or I'd never streamed PMDE stuff if you're talking about like way back in the day with the DeviantArt group. Shoot. Alright. Chico's like, what's that? What was that? Zero! That was just the next episode. I was trying to work on it a little before the stream. So like, we were trying something new today. My morning shift person took the evening shift, and I went in early in the morning so that I could leave at round about 4 o'clock, get home, be able to have dinner at a reasonable time, and actually set up stream stuff. So, I'm not sure, if we'll keep doing it, but since I was able to come home earlier, I can also start the stream at a reasonable time, instead of 9 p.m., which is like practically bedtime for most people. Midnight shift on the stream team. Anyway, let me see. Where did I put it? I'm trying to remember where it must be under Hoenn families. Alright. It's been a week since I've looked at this, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna want to change anything. I don't know, there's something a little bit weird about Galade's pose, but I think I'm just gonna leave it for now. She goes like, I know, lol, meaning I never came this early. Well, I hope it's not too early for y'all. I know it's rather a sudden change in schedule, but all weekend I knew that we were going to that I was going to be doing the schedule shift, that I was gonna be coming home earlier, and yet I didn't consider that meant I could stream earlier too until just today. So there's that. But yeah, we're gonna hopefully finish up the what's this called? Ralts Family. We basically just did sketching last week, so now I'm gonna try and get the line art done and then get some coloring in. Hadn't looked at or thought about this picture all weekend, so we'll see if coming back to it with slightly fresher eyes will help it along. There's something about how sort of angular the head is over here that I kind of like. I don't know if it'll look weird if I keep it in the line art. But yeah, so like, I think maybe it was last week. I don't remember if it was last week or like a week before, but I switched over to my end screen and started reading comments instead of like actually giving my spiel, which means I ran out of music. So I started thinking maybe I need to find a better music choice, a little longer of a track for the end credits. I couldn't find one. I couldn't find an extended version of that track, and then, like, everything else that really fit the dancing kind of starts too strong. So, it's like, it's time to end the stream, and then suddenly it's like, boom! Big music. I mean, the music selections themselves are, like, pretty mellow. Like, I considered the, what's it called? The radio song from, is it Portal? I had that playing before on my, like, at the end of my streams. So it kind of matches Zero's dancing, but it starts with this really loud, like, just this really loud instrument sound, and I don't know if I want to click over to that to end my streams with. So I'll keep looking around. We'll see what happens. For those of you who don't know, next month I will be trying to stream some games. And so I'll try and take that opportunity to also, you know, change up some layout stuff for the normal, not the normal streams, but like for the end card and stuff. Maybe it's time for a new end card for 2020. And I'll be able to change up the song at the same time. But yeah, that's what I've been thinking about this week in terms of streams. Zero! It's Nyx! Oh, sorry, Nyx wouldn't say it with a ooh. Just normal Zero there. And Gavin's here too. It's the Gavmeister, or Gavman, whatever. Man, Gavin. Oh, man, okay. Thanks for coming, you guys. It's good to see y'all. Of course, this means we'll be able to end the stream a little earlier, too. If I get this image done. Whee. Okay. And should be a pretty easy stream today, because it's just line art and color. Hopefully it's not too boring. I kind of miss working traditionally. Like, I don't know if I told you this last week, but I was cleaning. I went on this cleaning spree and unearthed my Cotman watercolor box that I had thought was lost. It was in a bag that I never used except for one time that I wanted to try using. Didn't like it, but it turned out I had left my watercolors in there. I'm constantly looking for a good travel bag for my watercolor equipment, so that if I have these dreams of like trekking into the mountain with my walking stick and a bag full of art supplies and like sitting on a rock and painting the scenery. I never do plein air, so it's like, it's literally just like, I don't know, like literally no basis for this dream, this desire. Whenever I actually am outside and like have an opportunity to paint, I have no interest at all whatsoever to like paint trees and stuff. But I still dig the feel, the frontiersman feel, the aesthetic of venturing out like that. So I'm like, I was on the lookout for a bag that would serve that purpose. Also, having my art supplies like jingle jangling around in my normal backpack that I take to like work and to church and to like everywhere basically. It's a little cluttered, you know. It's a little hard to find the actual important stuff like my wallet when I have to dig through you know, like pads and pads of uh what's it called? Paper towels. For some reason I forgot what paper towels are called. Paper, like I have just sheets of paper towels folded and like stuffed in my bag because you need that with watercolor, you know? So like having a separate bag for that seemed nice, but I tried it out, I didn't like it, and I just tossed it aside, not knowing that I didn't clear all of my art supplies out of it. Smart me. So I bought a new set, and now I have 2 watercolor sets and no time to use them. Ho ho! Hello, peeps. You can sleep at a decent hour for once. Who's gonna bet that I end the stream at a decent hour and I'm still up until like 1 a.m. I consider 1 a.m. to be reasonable. It's like 2 o'clock is late, is too late. I should be asleep. 1 a.m. is still reasonable. 12 o'clock is like, wow, look at me being responsible. 7 through 9, I'm like, if I go to sleep at that time, I'm sick. Like I'm not feeling well or something's wrong. But I told my friend the other day at 1:30, I'm like, time to go to bed at a reasonable hour, and he was like, no, you're not. This is not a reasonable hour. Man, daylight saving always, like, especially what are we in, fall? Especially fallback for daylight savings always makes me wake up like super early for a week, and I feel like super great and like yeah, I can be a morning person now. And then the week after I'm like, oh, I hate mornings. I agreed to take morning shifts for Mondays and see if it works out last week while I was still riding on the high of daylight savings. And then today, when I actually have to take the morning shift, it's like worn out. Oh man. Zero has too much energy. It's hard to go to sleep. It's like things wanna things in motion want to stay in motion. Are you faster digitally or traditionally? Well, it depends on what you're doing. I'd say to get the same product is a different story than like using the different medias for what they want. Let me think. I guess it's roughly the same when it comes to line art. Sketching, I'm a little bit faster traditionally. I don't know actually. It's hard to compare. When I sketch digitally versus when I pick up a pen and sketch with a pen traditionally, it's a very different feel, and I tend to like automatically draw in a different aesthetic. So I feel like traditional sketching is way faster, but then I also like sketch very differently, and that might be the cause of that. And then when it comes to like like coloring, if I wanted to get the sort of polished, clean, pristine kind of cell style that my digital stuff has traditionally, I would probably take longer. Probably have to bust out like gouache or acrylics to get that kind of aesthetic. But watercolor doesn't take too darn long. Painterly to painterly. I have something to compare it if I can remember. I did traditionally and digitally and then traditionally paint a tiger. The same tiger, cuz like I wanted to practice it digitally first and then do it traditionally. I want to say the digital one was faster. I think in general digital is supposed to be faster because it's a lot of it is to help cut down cost of supplies and time and whatnot, and there are like shortcuts and tricks that it uses. But I don't know. I haven't really gone back and forth enough to like really say. Inking. Hello, Leonard. Thanks for coming. Nick says, "Oh, I know you'll be up until 1, but at least you have the option to sleep." Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm not bound by social convention. To it's not social convention. What is it, like self imposed tasks? I don't know. We were going through the generations the other day, picking out Pokemon personas to represent ourselves, one from each generation. And Generation 3 was actually, I was surprised, it was the hardest one for me to pick a single Pokemon from. I don't know if it's because I've spent the most time in it, so like I have more opinions on more Pokemon, or if I just don't really care for any of them. I don't know. Like, I can be too many, I could be not any, I don't know. Picking Sonas is fun. Like do you pick a Pokemon because it's known to be a certain way and like that represents you, or do you pick it because it's known to be a certain way and you want to show it as the opposite of what people expect, and it's that reverse of expectations that you're playing off of? And then sometimes when I'm going through, I have like temporal biases where I've literally recently just discovered a new thing about that Pokemon, so I'm like really into it at the moment, and so I like pick it even though I never really considered the Pokemon before, and then like half a year later I look back and I'm like, why did I add that? Why is that on the list? If you guys had one Pokemon that could represent you from each generation, what would it be? What would they be? Or if you can't think of one from each generation, then what's like the main one that you would think of? Is it your favorite Pokemon, or is it one that like aesthetically pleases you? Gavin says, I usually stay up most weekend nights and only get about 2 hours of sleep and then nap during the day. If you can get naps in, that's good. 2 hours of sleep is not enough, Gavin. But, I cannot nap. If I nap at all, I get cotton-headed and, like, I can't, like, everything hurts. I don't really know why, but whether I take, like, a multi-hour nap or if I take a power nap or, you know, any kind of recommendation that you can throw, I always end up waking up feeling absolutely dreadful. Let's see. To be honest, I tried digital art, but it seems way too complicated to understand, so I'll just stick to traditional for now. Maybe I'll try it again at one point, but for now, I'll just hone my pencil skills. I think that's the best way to go, Gavin. Drawing digitally will not teach you how to draw. Drawing will teach you how to draw, whether it's traditionally or digitally. So if you're already, you know, working hard at the traditional pencil drawings, make that the best that you can make it. And when you don't have to worry about that part of the equation anymore, then you can try jumping into digital and see if it can fit into your workflow. And you'll find, you know, things will change as you pick up the new art form. Going from pencil to digital is, you know, pretty much the same as going from any media to another media. You're basically, you know, am I going to switch over to acrylics or watercolor or sculpture? It's like, well, digital's just another media to consider. It's just a very popular one and a very convenient one if you can get a handle on it. Like, personally, I'm actually pretty bad with pencil as a medium. Pencil is great for, like, sketching, obviously, but that's more a part of another technique. You know, it's the first step to a final product that won't have pencil in it. But for people who like draw with pencil as their main tool, you know, like the ones that are very realistic or whatever, I cannot do that. It's very, very hard for me to control, honestly. A good pencil brush is hard to come by too when it comes to drawing in like digital. I think the closest I've found that I really liked was one of Aaron Blaze's sketch pen, sketch brushes. Need one of those sticks to hold my phone so I could start streaming myself doing art. You mean a tripod? Nick says, I pick a mix of aesthetic and attitudes. Chico says, Gen 1 Psyduck. Yeah. That one's easy. Yeah, honestly, if you already have a Pokesona, picking that generations is very easy. Leonard says, one from each generation? That's too many. I feel like I have an Alola Meowth attitude. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I actually find it easier to, like, do by generation because it's not like I have to pick from 800 Pokemon. It's okay, let's look at this section and pick one from this section and then move on to the next one. No nap November. No Napvember. Gen 2 Slowking. Chico likes the Derpy. Wait, Gen 2 Slowking isn't a Gen 2 Pokemon. I know it's in Gen 2 games, but it counts as Gen 1 still. Gavin says, I chose Combuskin as my Pokesona since we share many traits like chicken, fire, big thighs. It's also pretty athletic. Perfect match. That sounds pretty good. Gen 3 Lotad. I see a pattern going there. Gen 4 Bidoof. Gen 5 Oshawott. Gavin says also Combuskin looks like a sort of dirty innuendo. Okay, Gavin. Yeah, when someone first told me about that, I could not unsee it and I hated it. Maybe I should color that part in. Let me see. Maybe I color this. Oopsies. It looks like she's like got her hand on her waist, which is not the look I was going for. Trying to make it a little thicker so it looks like it's standing out from her body. I kind of just want to give her a sword, you know? Like, but it would be too short. Okay, I'm gonna pull up my references so I can get the colors right. Open with preview. Put that down here. Let's see. Drampa. Scatterbug. Wait, what does Scatterbug look like again? Oh, it's the one with the cloak, right? Gen 8 by Sword and Shield. Gavin says, I only use mechanical pencils since it's more fine, and the erasers are better than normal ones. I also usually trace my pencil in ink, and then use color pencils to color. So I'm basically using all the ghetto amateur tools, and I love it. Gavin, that's not a nice thing to say about color pencils and ink. Those are very professional tools if you use them correctly. The only thing that's ghetto and amateur is if you buy like dollar store color pencils and if you're an amateur. Chico says, in that case, Gen 2, why not? Chico, your choices are gold. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like all of your choices. They're really fun. I think for Gen 1, if I can remember, I think I chose Jinx for Gen 1, because it was like, there was a way that I drew it where it pretty much looked like, it looked gremlin enough to be me, honestly. So, like, there was that, and I'm trying to remember what was Gen 2? Oh, Flaffy! I chose Flaffy, because, I was born the year of the sheep on the Chinese zodiac. And Flaffy's like my favorite, like one of my favorite Pokemon. Gen 3. I wasn't sure if I wanted to be what was it? I think it was between Slakoth and something else, because I'm like lazy, so the sloth would be a good choice. But I think I eventually I landed on just choosing Bannet because I always really liked Bannet, just like aesthetically, as a ghost type. And the idea that it was like a doll, and I really like polka dolls, but it's been abandoned and is trying to like seek revenge, so it has like a backstory, which I also really like. But you know, that one's subject to change. I'm not I'm not sold on that one yet. Gen 4. I think I chose Boizel. I remember on a server at some point, people were asking if not you, but if your art style had a Pokemon persona, what would it be? And they were like giving each other sonas for that. And someone told me that my art style would be a Boizel, and I kind of dug it. I honestly, for until like yesterday, I had forgotten Boizel was a thing. It just kind of slipped my mind. A lot of Pokemon, I tend to just kind of forget until something reminds me of them. I always forget about Burmy, to the point where I kind of can remember it as the Pokemon that I always forget. But Boisel's a fun Pokemon. Well, like, so I think I've always wanted it to be an otter, like a river otter of some kind, but it's definitely more of a weasel. Either way, it fits into the small woodland creature aesthetic that I vibe with. It's like very, you could say primary colors. It's very main character-ish and childish in its aesthetic, which I think kind of fits what I'm into. I don't know if I'm picking it because it reflects me, or if it's just like it reflects my interests. But either way, Boizel, I think, I know I colored her, I gave her a bigger iris, but I want to try and cut that back again and see if I can just make it show more on her actual eye. Da 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 da. Never thought you'd be a Jinx, lol. It's just funny because when I drew it, I put a hat on it and it looked like my little avatar. Here, I'll show you. So like, this is me. Or at least this is how I tend to draw myself. Got sweater, vest, and then let's see. Can't remember what Jinx looks like now. And it has hands, so I can still draw. Kind of poking out of the hair, maybe. That's the idea. I don't know. I keep going back to it because of that one drawing I did. It's another one of those that I thought of it in a certain way, and then I keep going back to it, but I don't know. Maybe like a year later I'll really hate the idea of being a Jinx. I don't know. It's just one of those self-loathing things. It's like, well, I don't like the Pokemon, but maybe if I was the Pokemon, then I could like it. I don't know. With the hat, it kind of is fun. If I wasn't Jinx, let me think. First gen. First gen Pokemon. Trying to... Okay, so Gallade has a darker green. Maybe I need to make these bigger. I can't think of one. Hold on. Not that I can't think of a Sona. I can't think of other Gen 1 Pokemon. I'm having a brain fart right now. Usually when I think of these kind of things, I pull up a list. So I like, you know, I can just concentrate on judging the Pokemon on whether or not it's good for what I'm looking for. So trying to like remember them and also consider their viability is like throwing me for a loop right now. I would pick Rattata maybe, except I have Alolan Rattata as my Gen 7 Pokemon. So Gen 7 is Alolan Rattata. Going back to Gen, which one did I skip? 4? Am I on 4? What did I pick for 4? Oh, that was Boizel. So 4 was Boizel. 5 is Emolga. Cause of all the squirrel, like of the 2 squirrel Pokemon, Pachirisu is not really. I'm not too into Pachirisu. It's a little too cute. I have this thing where if something is if a Pokemon is too cute, I actually start disliking it. And then so Emolga, and it's like got that black hoodie part, and you know it's more, I don't know, I dig it a little more. I don't like that it's a flying squirrel. Like I don't dislike that it's a flying squirrel, but I don't like it specifically because it's a flying squirrel, because I'm not actually that big a fan of flying squirrels. But I don't mind that it's a flying squirrel. It's still cute for me. It's cute enough for me. Gen 6 Kalos. What did I pick for? I think I picked like Quilladin, cause it's just so cute. It's a good round boy. and it's basically grass Tepig. I mean Pignite. And as much as I love Sir Francis, and you know, I have basically connection with it in that sense. The Tepig line isn't like on its own. It's definitely not my favorite look. I can make it look good, but especially with the official designs, I'm not a fan. But Quilladin, I think even its official design, it doesn't look too bad. With Pokemon like Emboar, if I see it officially, I'm like, ugh, why would it look like that? Go back to my drawing. But Quilladin, I've basically just taken what's there and like worked with it, so I'm a little happier with that. But I literally just recently started paying attention to it, so I'm pretty sure it's another one of those, like, a few months down the line, I'm gonna be like, why did I pick this one? As I do with these things. So yeah, for now, it's a Quilladin, and Gen 7 is a Alolan Rattata. I kind of want to make his... Let me take this off. Kind of want to shape these a little more. They looked a little flat before. Okay, never thought you'd be a Jinx. Well, I say that since most people use fancy, expensive ink pens and pastels, and I'm just here with my Sum pen and color pencils that I got for school. Gavin, you know what the best pen to draw with? Especially, like, sketching? Bic ballpoint pens. There's, honestly, you know... I've seen people make art out of junk. It's not the material, it's the technique. Leonard says, Flampy was in my Black 2 team. I miss him. Oh no. Did he perish? Was it like a Nuzlocke? Chico says, I feel ya, Gavin. Nick says, not 100% happy, but this is my list. Gen 1, Sandslash. Nice. Gen 2, Umbreon. Gen 3, Poochyena. Gen 4, Baneri. It's like Sharp Boy, Dark Boy, Dark Boy, Baneri. Gen 5, Scrafty. That's a good pick. I like that. Gen 6, Pyroar. Gen 7, Salandit. Oh my goodness. Gen 8 is yet to be determined. Gavin says, though my sister, who is much better an artist, said that the color pencil in my picture looked like pastel, so maybe I should use that to my advantage. I used to use color pencil a lot. I still have tons of color pencils. And when I would do this thing where I would press really hard until I basically buffed the wax into the paper, and it comes out like really shiny, but it hurt my hand like crazy because I would press so hard. Chico's like, Boizel, huh? Nice. Chico approves. I like it too. Nick says, I like the tough Arctic, but most of the pokes I picked have soft hearts. So Chico says, basically all my Pokemon gotta look derpy, but are smart besides the silliness. What's crackin', my peeps? Wheeler Dealer is here. We're just sharing Pokesonas. Leonard said, put a cat nose on it and you're practically Clono. I don't remember. I don't know. What's a that sounds familiar. Hold on. Put a... Oh, I've seen this character before. Very cute. Oh, hey, Wheeler! Hello! So you got the aesthetics going. Hey, Wheeler. Cannot unsee that now. I don't like the Pokemon, but if I were the Pokemon, maybe I would. I could hate myself. Pikachu. Has Gallade a hair going on? I don't know. There's so much white and green. Gallade could be a motorboat. Starter squad featuring Gavin the Kamuskin, Wheeler the Pikachu, Zero the Pignite. That's right. I was vibe checked into having a Pignite as a Pokesona. That's another way to find your Sonas, is to just randomly generate them. Double Rattata is valid. Emolga is extra valid. Thank you, Wheeler. Thank you. Gasp. I have another option. Roserade, as long as I can draw him like a Robin Bucky Barnes type. Ooh, I've never thought of that. If you could draw that, that would be awesome. Blasphemy, no such thing as too cute. Same hat. Thought you chose Big Night for a Pokesona. Nah, it was Quilladin. Gavin says, I like Patsurisu more, since it won a tournament against more viable Pokemon, so it got my respect. Yeah, that's true. Patsurisu got a lot of respect that year because of how it was used. I want to fix this arm. But I don't know, there's something about how small its limbs are. Like it doesn't seem like it could live. It doesn't seem like an animal. It seems like a pet. Not a pet even. It looks like a toy. You know, sometimes I see toy dogs, like live dogs, that are just, that's not a dog, that's a teddy bear. But I don't know. There's something real sharp and lanky about squirrels that I really like, and Patsurisu doesn't really capture that for me. Emolga is flying squirrels have a very different aesthetic, anatomy look to their face than normal squirrels have, which is why I'm a little less a fan of them. But I think because of that, I give Emolga a little more of a pass with how round its face is, and plus the shape of its ears are nicer for me than Patsurisu. And I like its color scheme. I don't know. I will say though, I think Patsurisu is definitely on the list for I've definitely chosen it before as a Sona of some kind. Oh, I think when I did my gym leader Sona, it was an honorary member of my pink team. As a gym leader, my team would be of pink Pokemon, and a shiny Patsurisu would be like my mascot or something, but I probably wouldn't really use it in the battle. So yeah, it's not like I super dislike Patsurisu, I just don't really vibe with it as well. Mechanical pencils and line paper for my sketches for my comics. Man, you traditionally sketch your comic too? I know that Tails and Mouse do, but I've never really... I'll do maybe like thumbnails on paper if I really need to, but... You're walking on thin ice with the Pignite line options. That's how I feel about my friend's female Shiftry character, since it looks a lot better than the official art. Alolan Frittata. Lol, that's actually the pen I'm using. Wheeler says I use mechanical pencil. I usually layer, Gavin says I usually layer my colored pencils and then rub my knuckles on it to make a smoother mesh and mesh together. Blender pencils for colored pencils will help a lot, Gavin. Yeah, you can buy a tool for that. Save your knuckle skin. Oh man, you were hitting comments from before I got here. IDK what those are though, Nix. I get what you mean. Pokemon reveals Gallade. Buy my merch. What? Pachirisu destroying Pokemon like Tyranitar, Kangaskhan, Garchomp will never get old. People don't seem to agree with me, but that's why I prefer new Pikachu to old fat Pikachu. The old design feels more like a stuffed animal than an actual animal. Really? Flying squirrels are cute for the pilot aesthetic. Maybe Pikachu worked out over the years, got buffer. Pachirisu is more a wood little creature which responds to a completely different, less human-oriented aesthetic. Oh hey, I use mechanical pencils on my paper for my comic panels too. I'm gonna try and ink my panels and lines though. Alright. I am caught up with the chat. I'm gonna turn on the colors again. I'm gonna fix what's going on over here. And then I think I'll try and maybe I'll try to do a little bit of a background, keep it kind of abstract. What would a background for this be? Maybe would red look good? Okay, so first let me just get color in, then we can change it later. But yeah, that's very funny that you mentioned that, Wheeler, because generally speaking, like, I know it's not the case for every Pokemon. Oopsies. But in general, the older aesthetics seem less like characters and more like someone was trying to draw, I don't know, an actual animal. Whereas the newer ones seem more two-dimensional and flat because they're made more out of simple shapes. And it's literally a stylistic change. But I don't know, it's funny that you say it's actually the opposite. Maybe something less saturated. I don't know. Maybe if I throw up some... What would it look like if I throw up some red from the bottom? Could I maybe toss in some... What's the sky look like today? Clouds. Maybe. I don't know. Does it get lighter at the top or does it... Then let me kind of find the paint and start blending it out. Clip has this what is it, oil paint brush that I've basically been like relying solely on. I haven't really played with any of the other painting brushes that are provided, because this one works so well for just everything and the others don't seem to work well for anything. Eventually I'll probably want to give the other ones a shot just to give them a chance, but for now, you know, it does what I want it to do. I'm not really sure what I'm going for right now. I'm more just blending colors and, like, you know, focusing on the texture, and then I'll probably step back a little and like try to see if some perspective has come up, because I'll be honest with you, like, looking at the scene, I'm not really sure what perspective the sky should be in. Whoa, you guys. I like Fat Chew, meme and all. I like both. There's some Pikachus that I really don't like. The Sun and Moon anime Pikachu is the actual worst. And then, there's the... what is it? It's like the Pokemon Art Academy Pikachu. It's whatever the one that's like super round, and it's like this came out of a child's how to draw book. That aesthetic is like cute as a symbol, but I don't really like it as Pikachu. My favorite Pikachu is the one from the anime that they had for a long time. I don't know which generations, but it was in a lot of the movies, like the first, second, and third movie, I guess. Whatever that Pikachu is considered. Because that's not fat Pikachu, but it's also not like modern Pikachu. Sort of in the middle. Old anime, old Pokemon anime background. Those are fun. I can try. I'm not really sure. I'm pretty sure they did those like actually painted those backgrounds, so I'm not sure. I like Fat Chew meme and all. To be honest, I like Pikachu's old design more since it would make a good plush. Until it wakes me up with a thunder shock. Always thought Gen 1 was the least animal-like generation. Really? Because, like, I don't know, like, if you... The birds have, like, these creepy bird feet, and, like, the mammals have, like, normal-sized paws and, like, actual definition to the paws. Chico says, you can use old Pikachu to cross rivers? What? By the way, it's Galad's dress made of her own skin. I'm pretty sure, yes. Yes, you are correct. Gavin says, what about Gen 6, though? There were some inanimate objects as Pokemon like swords and keys. Leonard says, I can't think of things like Hitmonlee or Nidoking as something other than monsters. I'll get back to that. Chico says, sorry, I meant Gardevoir. Skin dress. Gardevoir's skin dress is almost as unsettling as Sylveon's flesh ribbons. What are Scrafty's skinny jeans? I mean, at least Scrafty is like their skin being jeans is actually part of it. But with the other ones, you're really not supposed to think about it. Wheeler says, also, I've been watching through the SM anime again, and it's interesting, because in the later seasons, Faba is just an incompetent gag character. So it's weird seeing him as a genuine, serious villain again. Nick says that's less weird since Lizard's shed. Unfriended! SM Pikachu is best. Most would consider that Fat Pikachu, but yeah, the anime didn't really have Fat Pikachu since it doesn't really work moving around. Okay. there's just something really nice about the way, I guess, anime Fat Pikachu could move around. But going back to what Leonard was saying, when I say like the most animal, I don't mean like the most of them were based off of animals. They're definitely monsters, but like the way they were drawn, it was like research notes or something. They look like someone was trekking through the woods and like stumbled upon this creature and like grabbed their notebook and jotted down. You know, a lot of the poses are like in motion trying to get away or whatever. It's like they were creatures living in this place, not like cartoon things to play around with. But also in like the physicality. There's this formness to them. I don't know how to describe it. It's like things go. It's hard to explain. But like nowadays, if you look at a Pokemon like Pignite, right? It's like shapes upon shapes. It's it just seems flatter, which it's still a nice aesthetic. I'm not saying it's like worse now, but it's definitely different. You know, they simplify things such as paws into just little stubs. They have like breakdowns on the internet, and those are fun to look through. Sometimes I feel like they might be missing like some nuance in comparing like the wrong Pokemon, but overall there is a slight change in design aesthetic that I agree with. It's softer now. Less edges. I don't know if that's what caused Pikachu to change from Fat Pikachu to Skinny Pikachu though. But I don't know, Wheeler. Like, there's something weird about Sun and Moon Pikachu's eyes. Do you not think so? Does it not bother you how weird he looks? Maybe you get used to it when you watch it. And that's certainly the case. Like, I will admit, I will fully admit I haven't seen the anime. And definitely there have been times where I've like looked at something and I'm like, I don't like that how it looks. I don't like the aesthetic. But then when you see it like episode upon episode and like in motion and stuff, you kind of first you come to not mind it, and then you come to accept it, and then you come to prefer it, and it sort of starts to look good, unironically. But since I haven't, watched the show, I never got the chance to actually develop that kind of viewer relationship with the character. And so for me, I just look at it, and every screenshot I see, I like grimace because it's just so ugly. It's definitely different. I always thought it looked good though. Although I was being silly, it's not actually my favorite. Krabby and Pidgey as Gen 2 characters, and frankly I like them better. Yeah, there's definitely something really nice about the aesthetic. Like, you know, I love, like, nowadays I really, really love drawing little doggos. Just like, this is my aesthetic right now. When I'm just drawing with my little pen in my notebook just for fun, this is how I draw things. And I'll, like, when I try to draw a new animal, I try to fit it into this aesthetic and see how much it can fit in. And it's, you know, it's not realistic. It's just a different style. And so when Pokemon are starting to draw, like, you know, like, they used to draw paws like this, and now they draw paws like this, and it's like, I like both of them. I like both of them. I'm actually a little tired of the whole, let's take every Pokemon under the sun and make it hyper realistic. Let's try and make everything make sense anatomically. It's like, I don't know, you don't really need that. You don't really need that. Why is that there? Why? Ah, I see why. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I don't know what to do with the ground. So I'll just make part of it like that, part of it like this, and then I'll see what I can do from there. Do. I love a really simplified set. You know what I really love right now? Or like a while ago. I don't know about right now because it's been a while since I've played it, but that Pokemon game for the mobile game, what was it called? Pokemon Quest? Where it was like all the Pokemon were just blocks. Oh, that was fun. I really wish they were able to, like, do more generations. Just, like, do all the Pokemon like that. How delightful. They're just blocks. I did a series where it was, like, Pokemon starters, and I made them all super chub. Just, like, extremely derp chub. I used to sell, pins of them. I think I might discontinue the pins. We'll see. But I noticed it's actually harder to chub the newer Pokemon. There's something about, I don't know, you might think it's like getting simpler, and the shapes are getting simpler. The art style is simplifying, but the design aesthetics are actually getting more complicated. Like, what, Gen 1 you had like noodle with tail that's on fire. Okay. You had pancake with tree on its, with like onion on its back. And then you have a turtle. It's like, it's just a turtle. You know, very, very simple shapes. And nowadays, I think it started with Trico. My first trouble was Trico because it had like very defined break between the head and neck, and then like body, and then very long limbs. And so I was like, how do I make this into a chib? How do I make that chub? So I got rid of the neck. I tried to combine the head, and I had to really really deform it, basically. It changed so much just so that I can make it. Whereas with Charmander, it's like really easy to think of how to simplify it into shapes. And then you know, I actually haven't done the newer Pokemon. I ended on, what was it, Gen 7. So I haven't done Rowlet. Rowlet's easy. Rowlet's very easy. Litten, which is a cat, so you know, you got Pusheen, you got precedent for it. That shouldn't be too hard. And then Poplio. So now Poplio, yeah, it's like there's like a big part of its design is that neck ruffle, which again like splits it from top to bottom. So I guess I want to keep the roundness, right? Like this is the shape I'm trying to squish everyone into. So I like with Oshawott had it a little. I have to cut out a piece for its neck and then just sort of, oh no, it was Froakie, I think. Put the thing around its neck. Oh, I can put its nose up here. Oh, what about its fin though? Something like that? Okay. That wasn't too bad. Oh, he has ears, I think. I like this one. I'm gonna, if I do more of these dirt Pokemon, I'm gonna use this design. Wheeler says, oh hey, I'm also drawing Litten and Poplio. Yay! Let's see. I may be calling this early since it's not starting. Wait, close second. Wow. You know which Pika is the best? Pikachu Libre. Yeah, she's pretty cool. Looks like she can bench press you, no problem. Leonard says the internet is full of unflattering Sun and Moon screenshots, selected especially to trash talk the anime. But no, I mean like GIFs, you know, like, or screenshots from people like Wheeler who love the show, like showing the best of it. And I look at it, not even GIFs of like specifically extreme animations, like just Pikachu being there on screen is like they messed up his face. There's something about very simple characters that you have to get the face right. If you try to draw Snoopy, you know? Maybe Snoopy's a bad example because he's already kind of wonky. But there's a Snoopiness about him. If you try to draw Hello Kitty, you know, and if you get it slightly wrong with the proportions, it looks weird. Like, look at that. It looks weird because the proportions are just ever so slightly off. I think the one that I remember is Plu from Rave Master. It's like so simple, but even the author of Rave Master says that Plu is the most difficult character to draw because there's something so specific about where you have to place the features, and if it's slightly off, it really shows because it's so simple. There's nothing else to help it along. Pikachu is one of them. And I'm sorry, like, they put his eyes too close together. They're a little, the whites of the eyes are too small. I have to see it in motion, like, not just in GIF form, but, like, through episode and episode and episode, just to, like, you know, to get the gist of how it works. And maybe it's fun, but it's not a good look. The internet is full of, it's meant to be seen in movement. There's been a terrible accident at the Pokemon Factory. I may be calling this early since it's not starting yet, but I think Gen 8 Anime Pikachu is my favorite look. It definitely looks better, I will say, from what we've seen. But yeah, it's still early. We'll have to see. You're going all out with the background, huh? I hope it looks like that because I'm literally just kind of dabbling. So Gardevoir is part of Team Omega and Gallade is Team Alpha because of the floor they're on. Okay, sure. You could also say light is warm and shadows are dark. And so, like, if he's blocking the light, it's gonna be blue. Wheeler says, it feels like a good mix of the best parts of Gen 6 and 7 Pikachu. And Curlia would be Emerald. Delta. Pixelmon server when? Spheal and Trico Fusion. Hey, I'm also drawing Litten and Poplio. Ugh, Poplio. Poplio is just a banana. It's probably somebody's favorite, so no trash talk here, but not my favorite. I don't mind Poplio or Brionne, but I am not a fan of Primarina. I'm like, hats off to you. It's all fine if you like Primarina, but not my aesthetic. Same with Gardevoir, actually. You know, it's in the same camp of too feminine looking. It's a very frilly, and it's really, I don't know, I've just never been into mermaids. The whole mermaid thing was like it was weird for me that all my friends liked mermaids and a lot of people are really into mermaids. Superior, am I a joke to you? It my baby. Oh yeah, what's it called? Snivy. Snivy was pretty hard too. Why did you choose Gen 5 instead of Gen 3 for the Nuzlocke? I did not choose it, it chose me. Pikachu Libre is a valid fave. I don't think Pikachu's eyes were the problem with the Sun Moon design. Okay. I definitely think they are. It was its mouth, actually. Maybe it was the whole face, but the eyes are what stand out to me every single time. Pikachu's mouth looks like a small mouse snout, but Sun and Moon draws the mouth too wide and too low. I think your brain is making up flaws. It looks... No, it's not! The thing that's wrong is his forehead is too big. Purina is great. That's fine. It's fine. Nyx, you and I have very different aesthetics, so I'm not surprised that you love Primarina. And that's fine. I don't like this ground. Ugh, it's so ugly. What do I do? What do I do? What to do? What to do? Let me think. Let me think. Maybe it's grass. Maybe it's grass. Or grass is too happy. Maybe it's like rocks or something, I don't know. So, let's see. I am unmoving on my stance on Sun and Moon Pikachu until I can see the anime for myself. It's not even a matter of taste. There's just something wrong with that Pikachu's face. Maybe it's not the eyes, but I'm pretty darn certain. As long as I have eyes, I'm pretty darn certain it's the eyes. And you can do a breakdown for me. You can redline it for me and explain it. I'll give it a shot, you know. I'll give it a chance, but just saying like, "Oh, you're making it up." It's like, "No, I'm pretty sure I'm not." Actually, it is a matter of taste. Wheeler is very adamant about making sure you have the right opinion about stuff that Wheeler likes. But Wheeler, I don't understand. You can see the same thing I'm looking at. It's okay not to like Sun and Pikachu. I don't like it either, but you're making it way worse. It's true. I'm picking on it a little bit. I mean, it's fine if you like it. I guess. I don't know how you can say there's nothing wrong with it, though. But liking it or disliking it is a matter of taste. I will say that. That's definitely a matter of taste, whether or not it vibes with you. I won't argue with you on that. And again, I haven't seen it, so I'm pretty sure after a while it kind of, you know, the charm comes through. There are definitely wonky designs that are very charming. But since Pikachu came in with a design, it just kind of upsets me, is all. Well, that's what I'm arguing you on, Wheeler, is that if it is, like, the opposite is true. If it is flawed, it's also still a matter of taste if you like it. Just because it's a matter of taste doesn't mean it's not flawed. Just because art is subjective doesn't mean you can't do it wrong. Proportions can be off, anatomy can be off, perspective can be off. But, there's nothing really to keep going on about with this topic, though, because honestly, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. If you like it, then you'll enjoy it, and if you don't like it, then you're lesser for it. Like you don't get to you know, you lose out, I guess. But either way, you can't really win an argument on taste. In terms of why I chose Gen 5, though, if you're still interested in that story, boy, is there a story. Let me catch up real quick. Make sure we don't leave any threads hanging. Tails is back. Tails! I'm over here like, making enemies here. Why not Ends Castle? Wait. Oh. His eyes are too... Wait. Forehead's too big, eyes are too low. Literally comparing it to old Pikachu's, and the whites are the same size. Same distance. Are you sure about that? I'll have to check myself. I think maybe I have to check myself, because there's definitely something weird about the eye, like the little white dot in comparison to like how much black there is around it. It's possible that they're just too close together, so the blacks look a little blacker, but I'll have to look into that, because now you're making me doubt myself. But they're lower in Sun and Moon. I think that's throwing you off. Yeah, it's like proportion stuff. We do have different aesthetics. Too much green. Why not Ends Castle? The mouth is different too, but in a bean way. I never really considered the mouth. I think I don't know if the mouth stuck out to me as something that was wrong. Should have done one shiny to break up the colors a bit. There was no reason to make it shiny. Actually, it really is. Okay. Came up with a one-shot about N, but I have no idea how to include any Nuzlocke aspects on it to make it relevant. You can just do the one-shot by itself. Like Nuzlocke's only show in battles. Otherwise, it's a Pokemon story. There are Nuzlockes that have like literally just 1 or 2 deaths. And I'm like, why is this a Nuzlocke? I mean, I get why it's a Nuzlocke, but it's like, it works just as well as like, without the Nuzlocke title. But when you have Nuzlocke attached to it, you get to like, you know, have it with the community and all that. So it's really nice. I guess Nuzleaf didn't choose me. That is true, taste is subjective, and nothing what you do has flaws. Oh, shush, Chico. As artists, we must separate quality from enjoyability. Quality is objective, enjoyability is subjective. Zero stars for no, it's not. Don't look at it. Wheeler says, I was just joking mostly. I hope I'm not like upsetting anyone. Because while I act super upset and like stuff about these things, at the end of the day, it doesn't like actually, you know, it's not something that I would kill someone over. It's like, I just like to be contrarian sometimes, and I like to argue. And if you push back, then I'll push back. It's fun for me. But if you start getting upset or anything about my opinions, just let me know, and I'll definitely back off. I'm not here to, like, you know, be overly negative to make anyone feel bad, as long as everyone's still having a good time. About to tell a bedtime story. Good luck with your routes. I shall be lurking while I study. Tails, good luck with your studying. I'm sorry that you're lurking on my stream, and if I'm, like, distracting at all. Man, I could never study, like, read anything if I had audio on. Wheeler says, I was just saying, I stuck Sun and Moon Pikachu and Gen 6 Pikachu next to each other, and the only real difference is Pikachu's eyes are too low on his forehead, and his forehead is too big. Yup. Tails says, I came into a Texas shootout about Alola Pikachu. Don't worry, I'll stay in LI. Not 100% sure, but as far as I can tell. One more thing. Zero, there's always a reason to make anything shiny. Nyx, I've made exactly one Pokemon in this series shiny, and that's my very first Good Babies shiny Zubat. Chico says, besides, short stories can't really build up much for the deaths to be impactful. You don't need it to be part of a larger project. You can just make it a one-shot. Those exist, and they're easily shareable, so, like, you can get more traction with them. Except for Pokesonas. If your Pokesona is shiny, then you're a petulant person. Fight me. Gavin says, I did a Nuzlocke run on Auras, but my comic is going to be heavily modified. Add characters that weren't in my extra run, but there's still some death in the team, so I'd okay with what I consider it. You have to follow the gameplay for catches and deaths, and then it can be considered official Nuzlocke. If not, then you're just doing an original comic with Pokemon that involves death. You know, like, dying isn't copyright Nuzlocke. But yeah, do whatever you want. Make your dreams come true. I don't know what I'm saying. Wheeler says, I'm just glad to hear I'm not upsetting you or messing up your vibe with my sass. That's good. I'm glad we're on the same page here. Studying too. Wait, what was my one more thing? I didn't even remember I said that. Does a pink Braixen count as shiny? Easily shareable? You know, like, think about it like this. If, Nick says, if I have the shiny, I will have the right to have a shiny Pokesona. If anyone has the right to have a shiny Pokesona, it's Nick's. But yeah, you know, like, if I did, like, let's say Jet Black Nuzlocke, right? I have 70, I'm working on page 76 right now. Episode 76 right now of Jet Black Nuzlocke. And, if I wanted to share it, I would have to, you know, link to a front page, I guess, of the website, maybe to my thread. But then, let's say I didn't know what Jet Black Nuzlocke was, and I click over to it. Now I have to do research, essentially. There's 8 years, 76 pages worth of content to dig through. And I have to dig through that. If I don't know what a Nuzlocke is, I have to dig through that. I have to, like, you know, actually dedicate time to enjoying this content. And then if I really like it and I want to share it with people, it's a lot that I'm putting on someone. And then I have to, like, find, I don't know, a post that just generally is sharing the comic rather than all of the update posts that take you to the latest episode or whatever. I have friends who want me to read. It's like the same as reading a webcomic or starting an anime for me. It's just a lot of dedication that you have to consider. But with a one shot or like a short comic, I see these on Tumblr all the time. It's just literally scroll through a post and that's the whole comic. You read it as you scroll down, and then when you're done, you're done. And if it's like, oh, that was fun, then I can just literally say share button, toss it on a server channel, or like email it to my friend. Email, who uses email anymore? What do you kids do? Facebook message, chat, Skype. I'm joking. But like Discord, DM a friend or something, the link to the comic, and it's like, did you read it? It's like, you know, you read it in 5 minutes and then you can share it if you like it. It's easy. That's what I mean. That was a way like longer explanation than anyone needed, but I'm long-winded. Give me a break. Anyway, back to my story time. So yeah, I realize I'm using the wrong color here. I should go a little more blue for over here because it's farther away from the light. So it's more of a. Oh yeah, that's a little better. It's more a cool color that would show through. So my history with Pokemon started when Pokemon Red and Blue came out, and I got Pokemon Red, and I got myself a Charmander, and henceforth I have always gotten the red version of the games and the Fire Starter. And I played through, you know, as well as I could. I never actually beat Pokemon Red. I got majorly stuck, so I handed the game to, like, a friend of mine who beat the game except for the Elite Four, caught Mewtwo, trained everyone up to level 100, and left me at the Indigo League door and said, there you go, you can beat the game yourself. And I was like, yeah, I beat Pokemon Red! Woo! I don't know where my Pokemon Red is. I've lost the cartridge. Yay! So I don't have that game anymore, and I also don't have my Game Boy Color that I played it on. My next game... What was the next game in the series? I think it might have just jumped straight to Ruby. Pokemon Ruby, Gen 3. So, Pokemon Ruby... I played that game to death. I consider myself, even though I started with Pokemon Red, I consider myself a Hoenn kid. Because if you don't know, the way I play Pokemon is I go through the generation, the story, and I, like, you know, catch Pokemon along the way, and I beat the Elite Four. And then, post-game, I just continue playing. And I slowly build up my Pokedex. I never actually finished the whole dex because, well, you have to, like, train and evolve certain Pokemon to get them. And ain't nobody got time for that. And then I also, don't have the patience to, like, breed Pokemon, so I don't, like, meta game or get shinies or anything. I literally just, I don't know what I did. What did I do all those years in Pokemon Ruby that I played constantly? I got really good scores on that, like, bike trail where you had to, like, do it without bonking the walls. I would, like, play my, like, decorate my secret base. I would just just live and have a good time. I never ever in my life have restarted a Pokemon game just to play it through a second time. I get too attached to my team, and then eventually I just don't play anymore and I like leave it. But Pokemon Ruby, yeah, that was my generation, my game. I poured my soul into that game. Had so much fun. I don't have that game anymore either. I lost that cartridge too. So that's another one lost to the wind. And in the interim, let me take a break and check the chat. In my head, is shiny Pokemon are golden and black. There's so many good ones, Chico. But what a wonderful research that's gonna be. Zero's getting deeper into the gran role. Can you be my gran? Oh, Lady Zero. It all started way back. Such a long time back. Back when the days when the grass was still green and the pond was still clean. And I don't remember the line. Someday I'm going to memorize the Lorax animated short, because I love that short. It all started when Red and Blue came out. Dreamy harp sound. Mood there. PYNL was actually the first time I beat a Gen 1 game. PYNL. Pokemon Yellow? No, that's not it. Pokemon Rupee! You don't buy Pokemon Rupee. You have to break a pot in GameStop. You go in and start smashing pots. Probably same as me. Not that I know either. I just know Emerald had an incredibly high playtime. I always owned at least 2 games a gen so I can restart Gen 3 on. Yeah, I only ever got 1 game because my parents are like, you know, you're not buying the same game twice. Secret bases are just the best. Bring back secret bases. Pokemon 1 and 2 in, or like, let us put Pokemon plushies in our room. You know, every Pokemon game gives you a room and you can't do anything in it. Like, let us decorate it with posters. Like reward us with posters and plushies instead of nuggets and big pearls, you know, or money. Restart anytime I got stuck. Age. If your game has fashion or interior decor, that's my favorite. I like when you can earn, yeah, like clothes or whatever, especially if you can share them socially. I started with Red, but Johto was my heart's desire. Yeah, valid, but I don't think my parents knew they were the same game. That's a good point. I think I knew they were the same game, and so, like, I don't know. I can't, maybe I just, like, assumed they wouldn't and didn't ask. I don't know what happened. It was a long time ago. Gen 2 let you do that. IDK if any other ones do. Wait, like clothes? Oh, like put stuff in your room? Oh, you can invite NPCs to your room! Wait, what? Really? What? To play Pokemon minigames? What? I don't know any of this because I never played the Gen 2 games. Okay, it's time to shade these boys. Let's shade. Let's do some shading. Try to make them look like they belong in the scene. What should I do? Can I don't know how masking works in this program. I think I have to make a selection and then say layer mask mask selection. But that's the opposite of what I want. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna take this color here. And I'm gonna color everything. Wait, that's not... Color everything. Okay. I'm gonna rim light out some parts. Anyway, so like in the interim, while I'm, you know, having fun with Pokemon Ruby, I did also get Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, Fire Red. I actually haven't beaten that one either. I don't really know why. I'll have to look into that. I have Fire Red still. I also got from China Pokemon Yellow and Pokemon Pearl. Pokemon Yellow was broken from the start. It didn't let you save the game, so I couldn't play that one. And then Pokemon Pearl broke later on, so like I had gotten quite far and then it decided to break. So there's that. And then I think Pokemon I think a friend of mine gave me Pearl later, but I think that was later. I'm trying to remember now, like my memory is shot. Okay, so I think that was it. So at that point, I had pretty much given up on Pokemon games. I decided I was like cursed because every Pokemon game that I ever owned, I would either lose along with the console. Like when I lost Pokemon Ruby, I also lost my Nintendo Game Boy Advanced SP. I was pretty upset about Pokemon games at this point. So that said, when Pokemon Black and White were announced, and all I had was this incomplete version of Fire Red to my name, and this like long history of just being burned by Pokemon games and my own stupidity and like inability to keep track of my possessions. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to return to Pokemon. This was mostly because I had just found out about Nuzlocke. I read the original Nuzlocke, liked the concept, read a bunch of other ones. You know, there was Petty's Nuzlocke, Landwalker, Kanim's Diamond Run. There was the J-Hall Pokemon Nuzlocke, where it was like a fake Nuzlocke, just kind of dunking on the Pokemon Nuzlocke concept, because it was like a big thing back then, but it was also a new thing back then. So, you know, there was gonna be pushback or whatever, and I found it fun. I didn't think it was mean-spirited. It was definitely just someone who didn't get it and like wanted to express themselves, but they did it in a fun, creative way that you know, was in the spirit of comic making and stuff. So I appreciated that. Azure's was really fun. Shelly's was really fun. Shelly's Pearl Nuzlocke. All good stuff. You should check them out on my website, jetsblacknuzlocke.com. I have a page called Links that has recommendations, and I haven't updated that list in a while. I should probably do so. But you know, some of the humor might be a little bit oopsies. A little bit outdated. But I like to still have them there. I'm glad that I had read them. I still think of them fondly in my memory. But they kind of got me thinking, like, maybe I could do a Nuzlocke comic. It sounds like so much fun. So it was just the perfect timing, because then Pokemon Black and White were announced, and I'm like, okay, this is it. This is the one. It was like it was there for me when I needed it. And I had never been so adamant in my life about spoilers. Like, I avoided anything, any news about Pokemon Black and White. I went into that game not even knowing what the starters were gonna turn into. I didn't know what the monkeys were. The first time I saw the monkeys was on the cover, the box art. Like, I got the box, I opened it, I'm like, oh, I didn't even know what the starters were. I saw those on the box art for the first time. It was a lot of fun. Everything was new, and I didn't realize it was going to be an entire new region without any old Pokemon. And I think that was like the best welcome back to Pokemon that I could have ever gotten. Was this new game that I knew nothing about, and like literally I knew nothing about it, because not even any Pokemon that I previously already knew were there to greet me. It was so fun. Since then I've played Omega Ruby. I didn't really want to, because you'll never be able to recapture the sense, the original game. All of that, it just makes me think of all that time that I've lost playing the other one. But my brother got it for me for my birthday or something, so I'm not gonna return it. I'm not gonna like throw it back in his face and say I'm not playing this. So of course I played it. And it was fun. And then a friend of mine also went, after I like told him about my Pokemon Pearl story, also got me Pokemon Pearl, but I haven't finished that one. Because again, it's like that replay thing. Like, because I've never replayed Pokemon games, I just couldn't get into it. I think I tried to start that one. No, I didn't try to start that one as a Nuzlocke. That one, I definitely knew which Pokemon I was going to be adding to my team, and I just added those Pokemon. It was the Omega Ruby that I was like, maybe I'll start this as a Nuzlocke, and then halfway through I'm like, I don't want to Nuzlocke this anymore. I just gave up. I'm like, I stopped paying attention to things. Like, every time a Pokemon died, I'm like, eh. And eventually I'm like, I'll just, I'm basically ignoring all the rules anyways, so there's no point. While I've been rambling, they can comment on your decoration style. The NPCs. So in Gen 2, you can invite NPCs to your... Oh, like, is that part of the telephone system? You call them and they come over? It's really funny. And they comment on your room. Tail says, yeah, in Gen 2 you can decorate your room. Pokemon is sleeping on it, but it would be a good idea. It would be such a good idea. How did you invert the mask? You just do Command I to invert the colors. Master Wheeler's like, oh snaps, does that mean you never finished Kanto, or did you be... I actually haven't played Let's Go, unless you're not talking to me. Hold on. If you're talking to me, I haven't played Let's Go P. It again goes back to like the replay-ness of Pokemon. It's like I feel like I've played it, so I don't want to play it again. Chico says, I remember how awesome it was when Charmander learned Metal Claw. Yeah. For some reason, I have a Pokemon Blue version. And I've tried to play it once on my N64 using Pokemon Stadium. It's pretty interesting. Leonard says, oh no, the Advance SP was so cool. It's so cool. I love that thing. I remember being so mad at my dad when he got it for me because I hadn't heard about it before. I knew what a normal Game Boy Advance looked like, and that wasn't it. And it looked so sleek and not professional, but it didn't look like a toy, you know? It looked like like an adult device. So I thought he had like accidentally bought some off-brand Nintendo product that wasn't a real like Game Boy Advance, and I was so mad. I'm like, what is this? I can't believe it. You spent so much money on this. What? You're so dumb. Little did I know it was the better option, and like I eat those words every day of my life. Leonard says, I think it's the first Nintendo with a clamshell design. It was definitely new, yeah. And I love that it had the backlight. Like, the backlight was the best thing they could have ever done. Wheeler says, oh yeah, I remember the J-Hall thing. I always wanted to show the person who commissioned that comic the Mewtwo arc of my comic. Oh, someone commissioned that comic? I didn't know. Back then, I didn't dig into the reason things were made. I took things at face value, and also I wasn't part of the Nuzlocke community back then, so I don't know what the reaction to that comic was. I just remember I thought it was funny and I liked it. Chico said, I love Shelly's. Shelly's has some yikes jokes now. It's like it's not kosher, but it's still hilarious to me. Some of the other moments, like whenever I hear Justin Bieber music, I always think like the Bieber, the Bibarel. No, it wasn't a Bibarel, it was just a Bidoof. The Bidoof going, baby, 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 oh, as it dies. And it's like, baby, no, I thought you'd always be mine. Oh, that was amazing. Top 10 like favorite Nuzlocke moments. I'm curious what they'd think. She's a great artist too. She's very good, yeah. Faba is a serious and intimidating villain in this part of the anime. Faba, the very next episode, does a magical girl wait, what? Are you serious? Chico says the first Nuzlocke I read was K-Nims. K-Nims is a good place to start. I remember like seeing Barry buried in the snow. Buried in the snow, and I like my heart skipped. I'm like, oh no, Barry. That comic itself, like solely made me like Barry as a character. I have to say, though, I still, to this day, every moment of my life, confuse Barry and Wally. Like, if you say Barry, I know exactly who you're talking about. But if you say Wally, I think you're talking about Barry. And I know they're different characters. I love Wally. Wally's a great character. It's just my brain, like, gets it conflated for some reason. I don't know why. And, like, I'll always I'll always catch myself eventually. Or, like, someone will chastise me for it. But, the very next day, without fail. What do you think of Wally? Oh, best Gen 4 rival or whatever. Such a fun upbeat character, that Wally. Was that one of the last times you got to name your rival? Oopsies. Because I think the next generation with Gen 5, it was Sharon and Bianca. Bianca ding! And, and then after that, you have, like, Gen 6 with a multitude of rivals, and you don't get to name any of them, I believe. Do you get to name your rival in Let's Go PE? That kid that's not Gary? The not Gary? At some point, I don't mind that you don't get to name your rivals. I really don't. But at some point, I wonder, I would love it if they let you name your rival's Pokemon. At least the starter, you know? I don't know how they would work that into the story, but, like, that would be fun, I think. Pretty sure you can name Trace. His name's Trace? I like that name. My first Nuzlocke, Wheeler says, my first Nuzlocke was, there she is, Liz Draws. I don't know that one. Still Nuzlocks to this day. Did you get to name Barry? Yes. You get to name May Brandon, I'm pretty sure. No, you don't get to name May or Brandon. I don't think. But you do get to name Barry. Because I named him Matt. You get to name Lucas, too. No, you don't get to name Lucas. Okay, so May, Brandon, Lucas, Dawn. To me, like, that's... If you don't choose one, then the other character is the other character. So I think of them as different from the rival. Because if you don't choose, it's as if Green was an NPC in in Fire Red Leaf Green, you know? So Brendan is your rival, but it's also the other player character. You don't get to name Wally though, right? So I guess it started with Gen 3 where you don't get to name your rival. Gen 5 you could name them. Gen 5. Oh, you mean Black and White 2? Okay, so you could still name him in Black and White 2, and you can name him in Let's Go Pikachu. Okay. Then it's not gone. It's still there. But we know it's not going to be there in Gen 8. Petty was the one who inspired me to do my Nuzlocke. Petty is great. Petty is amazing. I still really like I think number 1 or number 2 moment was the Mewtwo scene at the end. The Gary scene at the end, I should say. Not the Mewtwo scene specifically, but specifically Gary. Gary! I will always like Gary in any Nuzlocke. Funny when your rival was a meanie. I wish they would bring that back, yeah. If a rival's your friend, it's not funny to give them a name. I don't know, I liked Barry well enough, even if he had a name. I remember thinking I was like super clever because I wanted to do a, with the names I mean, because I wanted to do a basically what Mouse does, but not PMD world, where it's a world of just Pokemon. So like, hold on, I'm trying to think of how to say it. So like if I were to do a comic about it, instead of having Dawn be the protagonist and like getting a Turtwig, it would just be Turtwig as the character. I named Dawn Twiggy, I think, or Twigs, but that was just as a like a nickname that what's his face? What's it called? Turtwig would have. And Turtwig's actual name was John. And I was gonna name Barry Matt. And then Lucas, of course, I couldn't name. But because I couldn't name it, it's like Lucas, Matt, and John. And it was like a biblical reference or something. I like biblical names. They're really cool. Like, one of my favorite names is Mordecai. I think it's like a really cool name. But like, I thought I was being super clever because I was using the name that the game gave me, and I was figuring out how to like make name schemes out of it. But nothing ever came of that project. And it didn't really play into anything. I know there's like the whole Arceus thing, but I didn't think that far when I was thinking like, oh, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, for the names. I was just like, oh, this is a fun name scheme. I don't know what to do with the frills, really. Maybe this part. Maybe that's maybe this part. I'm trying to think what parts would get hit by the light. That's not right. Sorry guys, I just need to figure this out first. Because the light's coming like slightly from behind, but then like pieces of the clothes, the skin dress is like rising. So it kind of catch some areas. Kind of block in some areas. Definitely this part is light. Shoot. I might have to do another pass. Okay, and then let's pop Curlia out a bit so she stands out against Gardevoir. And I can make most of her. She's pretty front and center facing the light. So I can make most of her front light. And that will hopefully draw the attention to that area. But a little bit of shadow from her ponytail, I guess. Or pigtails. This part of the arm will be bright. Bottom part will be dark. When in doubt, just take it step by step by step by step, and then at the very end, find out if you did it right or not. Mouse is here! OMG, what is this drawing? Do you like it, Mouse? It's just the Ralts family. This is what I have so far. I'm still shading. When Zero accidentally creates the prophets of Arceus. Mordecai from regular show. Yeah, he has a pretty cool name, but it's an old Israel name from, I think, the book of either Ruth or Esther. I think it's from the book of Esther. Twiggy, biblical names FTW. Another name that I actually didn't know was a biblical name until after I had heard the name was Methuselah. And I can always remember that Methuselah is the oldest man in the Bible because it was the name of the oldest mouse in the Redwall book that he was named after. Methuselah, the old mouse. Inspired me twice over, since rereading her lock inspired me to start. Pokemon Yellow Nostalgia Lock. I think that's what that stands for. I'm bad with acronyms, I'm sorry. Chico says, I was gonna start a Nuzlocke years ago thanks to Kanem, but school was kicking my butt. Yeah, I can understand that, Chico. And plus you have like your PMD stuff going, so it's a lot to keep track of. Specifically splatting Mewtwo. Ooh! Does that mean you're gonna splat Mewtwo? Or is Mewtwo gonna splat her mom? What do you mean, not PMD, but just Pokemon? Like, there's something specific about the PMD world where where you have teams and houses that look like Pokemon and missions and like dungeons, and I don't know, like it's kind of this old-timey aesthetic where it's kind of civilized but like also kind of nature. I'm talking about like just Pokemon in a world like Zootopia but Pokemon, you know? Like our world maybe, but Pokemon. Like you have technology and professors. Just the normal Pokemon world where you have a Starriva as a professor. Basically everyone is a Pokesona, but not Gajinka. Everyone's a Pokesona, maybe a little bit anthropomorphized. Not super anthropomorphized as in like humanized, but like I'm pretty sure my Turtwig was gonna just be a Turtwig. I'm pretty sure. But I was gonna give him clothes. So like in that sense it was a little bit, because I wanted to give him like sorry, I don't know what Turtwig looks like. A scarf so that he could look somewhat like Dawn. You know? But it's like, you know how PMD, they wear scarves or ribbons or something, and they have effects, and there's like gummies. I wouldn't have had any gummies or any of that stuff. I wouldn't have, you know, everyone would be basically they're human characters, but as a Pokemon. I don't know if that counts. Maybe, like, for me, PMD stuff is in its own universe. And I wasn't considering that universe when I conceived this idea. Whoa, where's the line art? I don't know if that makes sense. But also, I guess, also, I guess back then I didn't know much about the Nuzlocke community and like what was happening in it. So it wasn't like, oh, I want to do something in this universe or in that kind of genre. It was just I had an idea that I wanted to do a story without humans in it, where everyone was a Pokemon. So maybe it's just carried over from thinking about that in that way. Hey Zero, I never gave you the CSP brushes and you never reminded me. Well, yeah, I haven't had like time to think about brushes. CSP, like Clip Studio, gives me anxiety when I try to think too hard about it, so I just kind of don't think about it much. Grand Zero's drawing a family tonight. Hi guys. Where's light even coming from? LOL. Wouldn't the light in the Pokemon be red? Yes, it would be. I will make it red. Shoot, I should have been making it red just this whole time. It will be red eventually. I have the mind to make it. Very Lily Orchard. My favorite biblical name is Isaac. No, your favorite character is Isaac, and he happens to have a biblical name. Are you sure it's not because of Paranatural? Isaac is a pretty good name. Ishmael is a cool name. I used to like the name Seth. But I have trouble pronouncing it, and since then I've met someone in the real world named Seth, so it kind of takes away the edgy grandeur of the name, I guess. Because when you meet super white families who like biblical names and they name one of their kids Seth, it's like, okay, that's cool, I guess. I've never met anyone named Mordecai in real life. Is there a ton of lag for anyone else? I said that stuff about Isaac like 10 minutes ago. Mouse, there is a huge amount of lag in my brain, okay? And I'm sorry I'm not drawing anything. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat. I'm bad at this, okay? I'm a professional. Mouse, I liked the name before I read Paranatural. Also, there's a ton of lag. Okay, did someone say fire? No one said fire, but I did talk about PMD locks, so it's kind of synonymous. Name your child Cain. No! Oh my goodness. Cain. Oh, what was that other poor bloke? I'm trying to think. Like Jacob's brother. What was his name? It'll probably come to me. Mordecai. I like Mordecai from. No, not Cain's brother. The other. There's Jacob. I don't know. Press X to doubt. Everyone's a Pokemon you catch slaves. So less fire, more power of sorry, I don't speak French. Mine is probably Matthew because of certain Honchkrow. Pokemon YOLO! Free cookies to anyone who gets the reference. Sorry, Gavin, I'm not very well read. Also sent Faba's magical girl sequence to you. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Did I say supernatural? I meant paranatural. The name Cain goes a long way back. I wonder how he's doing. Huh. Pourvoir is France. Yeah, okay. Sorry guys. I love your comments, and I just want to read them all sometimes, and then I forget that, you know, I'm supposed to be drawing. But I'm gonna keep going now, and try to keep a little bit more up to date so that there's not a huge amount of lag between my brain and yours. Sorry. Anyhow. Yeah, but I don't know if, like, I used to like Mordecai a lot. Like, to the point where I definitely wanted to name one of my rats Mordecai if I got rats. But it's actually, it's like, I don't know, like, I don't know why I've fallen out of love of it. It's not that I don't like the name anymore, it's just that I don't feel like it's fitting. Like, I don't know, it doesn't, I don't know, it's too cool, you know? It's like, it's too cool of a name that I can't really justify using it for anything. I really like the name Eli. I want to name a rat Eli. And I think the main reason I like that name is because for the longest time I didn't know how to pronounce it. Because I knew there was a name called Eli, and I've seen the name Eli written, but I always said Ellie. And, like, when I finally found out, I'm like, oh, it's amazing. Wow. I'm a simple creature. I really like the name, I know it's not a person's name, but I like the name Jericho, since Teen Titans. And I like the idea that you could shorten it to Jerry. Um, so yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna use that name. I've been thinking about rat names. I know I don't have rats. I don't have the potential to have rats right now. But I've been thinking about rat names. Like, Mouse, when you were asking for name suggestions for your mudkips, I did actually pull up my list of rat names because I have some nature-themed ones. And Willow was one of them. As well as Thistle, which you didn't want because it wasn't rock-themed. But, I thought, there are names that I think would be really funny. But, I probably shouldn't use. Like, I really wanted to have 3 rats, and I would name them... What were the names? Ooh, let me see if I can even remember. I was gonna name one of them, Lunchtime. I was gonna name another one Wrong Layer. And I was gonna name the last one... Oh shoot, what was it? I can't remember, but it was like they were all just like weird phrases. I'm like, this is gonna be so confusing. I'm not gonna remember any of them ever, but it would be so funny also. Just like if I want Wrong Layer to come over, it's like, Wrong Layer! Get over here! You gotta rehire Karen. I was trying... Karen talks too much to the point where I can't, like, actually talk. So it's like you can't pause Karen and then have her play. I was trying to reference Matthew the Honchcrow from Tamarin Frog's comic. Random Doom. Worry not. My brain is always lagging. His name was based on religion. Sure. By the way, has anyone here heard of Random Doom before? Just curious. Of course, I have a gumshoes named Thistletooth. I have a Minecraft dog named Tree Bark. And I put that on the list as well as a name. Also, like, just Apple or Aspen or just like word names. Fun. I like the name Brooke. And Winters. But in the end, I think I definitely want to name one of them Diego, after one of my first OCs. Diego! And Diego is like a wolf, but he has he looks more like a husky, I guess, because he's gray with, you know, the stripe, the white muzzle and the gray top part. So maybe if I get a husky patterned rat, I'll name him Diego. A blue husky rat named Diego. Kind of wanted to name one of them Jet. Like if I had a black rat, I would name it Jet. Jet. The name Jet doesn't roll off the tongue very easy, ironically. For me, I'm not like, it's a great name written down, but saying it is a little strange, so I might not use that. I could also name them like song musical names, like Danny Boy. You know, that's a good song. It's better than just naming it Danny or Dan. It's like Danny Boy. Come here, Danny Boy. I don't know. Let's see, how do I... Let me try the other one now. Mask outside. There we go. And then... What do I do? Screen? No, not screen. Color dodge? No, not that one. Overlay? Wait, where's overlay? Overlay? No, let's just leave it normal maybe. What if I get rid of all of that? Turn it down. Turn it down slightly. And then just hit it with some of the pure white. Maybe instead of doing that, I'll just actually draw it on. Let's take that. Kappa Joe is a nice name. I could name one of them Kappa Joe. Ah. I love that you have to get more than one rat and then you can give them like themed names. Man, I should have come up with mudkip names. I have some creative ones. Nick says I would just make any rat name any rats after cheese. Pecorino, Avarti, Provolone. Merge the layer, Kronk! Wrong layer! Tails is shouting my name. Mouse says, the only Minecraft dog name I'd ever reuse is Goofus. Tails says, we need to play Minecraft again. Yes! Minecraft is such a time sink, though. It's so hard to get out of. Let me actually draw something for once, and then I'll keep reading. Chat. Rest in peace, little buddy. Name of my first Minecraft dog. What was my first one named? Because Treebark is the mom. What was the dad's name? Rest in peace, little buddy. Hey, Mouse, if you ever need more names for a second Mudkip litter, feel free to ask. Mouse says, I hate wolf designs that look like huskies. Nick says, my nephew named his dogs after bones and organs. IDK why, but he thought it was hilarious. He named them Liver, Kidney, and Femur. Femur's a cute name. I like that. I hadn't thought of that one. He was like, IDK, it just fits Minecraft. My kids are going to have those word names. If I'm choosing names because of their meaning, I might as well just call them by the meaning itself. I want to name my son Leon, which is Spanish for lion. Zero, can you put this in a Pokemon TCG template? I'm not sure how to do that, but Chico does it all the time. Maybe he can help out. Like Leon from Resident Evil. Leon's a pretty common name, I guess. The thought of having an assistant just to merge layers is hilarious. You call in Kronk to like merge your layers. He always gets it wrong. Well, I guess, yeah. I would play Minecraft with you guys. I have some unique build ideas. It'd be cool showing you guys. Yeah. Playing Minecraft can be very fun. but also very time consuming. Hmm. Trying not to make her look cross-eyed by accident with the shading. Do. Make her eyes white as well. Oopsies. Da 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 da. But I mean, if you're going to name them, like, if you're just gonna name them, like, a word but in a different language from yours, unless... Wait, is Leon Oh, it's Spanish. It's like Spain Spanish, though, right? I feel like it's more... Is it also Mexican Spanish? Leon seems less of a word and more of a name to me now. But maybe that's because I don't speak Spanish. Because, like, to me, because it's a different language and all that, it still seems more like a name. For me, it's more weird if I just named a child Lion. Which, you know, it happens. There are people who are just... They just have those names. And it's cool. But, I don't know if I would be able to give a child that name. Shoot, I can't even name like game characters. I can't imagine naming a human being. An actual living human being. This is your name now, from henceforth. What would a word name be if I were to choose one? Trying to think. Naming is hard. There's so many good names out there. How do I just choose one? How dare you make me choose? I don't like this. spaces. Some highlight in her hair. Alright. Maybe I should put something in the reds. It kind of is already itself red, and so it doesn't need anything, but oh, I gotta finish this, so everyone else gets white eyes. I guess I gotta give him the same. Something like that. Okay. A little less like that. And then a little bit up here. A little bit young. Almost done, I feel like. I think we're coming up against the end of this illustration. It's starting to look alright to me. It's alright. Doing alright. Alright. Just... Man, oh man. Okay. Let's see. You guys talking over there? Chico's like, can I translate your comic into Spanish? I wonder if there's a Spanish-speaking Nuzlocke community. Master Wheeler says, as I get closer, I can't help but wonder if the dub is gonna change the part where Lily tells Lusamine she hates her. I thought they kind of changed their characters in the anime. If I'm not mistaken, it seemed like they changed Lusamine's character so that she's not abusive. Nick says probably. Leonard says, I'm a native Spanish speaker, so it's more of a word than a name here. Nice. It's very strange to me to think about how language is like it takes on a different meaning depending on the context you grew up with it. Like, a lot of Chinese names are just words, but I don't, even though I know some Chinese, I don't see them as words because, you know, it's like, oh. Or rather, names and words are just the same to me. You know, in Chinese, it's very common for when you're introducing yourself, you say, this is my name, and then you say what word the sounds come from. So like in Chinese, I think my characters, the first one means like quiet or demure, and the second one to me sounds like lemon. I'm pretty sure it's not the symbol for lemon, but like I always associate it with. So but if it was, that's how you would introduce yourself. Is you would say the meaning of the word, because otherwise the other person wouldn't know how to like write it, you know, because there's no like alphabet. You can't spell your name. You have to say which word it's made out of. Leon and Leonidas are kind of old names. Not many are named like that. Chico says there's someone named... That's a 2 L's, so is it a Y sound? Like Uvida? Uvia? What? I don't know. Naming is very hard. Hey Chico, have you thought of recording this and then just chat with us as you play it? Or are you more chatty when you're drawing? I never came up with names for my main OCs, so they're nameless as a creative decision. Interesting. Zero, your stream has been very good for my productivity. I'm glad! I'm so glad it's not distracting. Lisa Mean is more neglectful than abusive in the anime. Gavin says I suck at Spanish. I took 3 years of Spanish in high school and I didn't learn anything. I learned how to roll my R's. My R's. Oh, I can't roll it when I'm saying the word R, but my R's. I learned how to pronounce double Y's as double L's as Y's, and I learned how to ask for the library. But I don't know the proper conjugation of the words. Is it like donde está la biblioteca? But I guess because drawing these takes so much time. For me, I do them on stream. Otherwise, I would not have time to like work on my actual comic. But I can certainly try to do them ahead of time if you think that would be a good idea. If me constantly pausing to read the chat is bothersome, I will definitely try to make it better. In the future. Because I do feel bad when I have to stop drawing and nothing's happening on screen, and then like all I'm doing is reading the chat. But then I also don't want to miss your fun discussions. I want to be part of the discussion. Okay, you spoke you spoke Spanish. I guess if you can call it. Chico's like, speak for yourself, Tails. Oh no. I'm sorry, Chico, if you haven't gotten anything done at all. This suck at Spanish. Also, Lily didn't tell Lucamine she hated her in the games. Oh. Gavin says, surprised! I'm doing well in my Spanish 2 class. Speak for yourself, Tails. I'm just glued to Zero Stream for better or worse. I'm sorry, Chico. Every time now I'm gonna feel extra bad every time I am not doing something on screen. Okay, I think this part here needs to be all white. Oops. I think this part here needs to be all white. And then part of this is also white. And then well, let me know. Do you is it more bothersome when I run out of topics to say but at least I'm drawing? Or when I'm not drawing at all, but I'm like talking a mile a minute. I'm also a little bit nervous about next month when I do my game stream, because while I do want to start doing some gaming on this channel, I don't know how it's going to go. It's possible that I might get so engrossed in the game that I just forget to speak altogether, or like I'm so bad at gaming that I have to shut up and concentrate, and I don't want it to be boring like that. So y'all should come by next month and hang out with me while I share with you my favorite game, Banjo-Kazooie, and then afterwards let me know how you feel. If you want more game streams, if you want no game streams ever, please. You know, I don't mind either way. It'll be an experiment for the ages. It's not the first time I've done games on this channel. I played Undertale last year. And yeah, I gotta say, I think I suffered a little bit in my commentary because it was a little bit difficult. Hand-eye coordinating and also playing. And of course, reading the chat's gonna be very hard. But what can you do? What do you do with a BA in English? Okay, let's see. I remember someone saying I can speak French. And, ¿Dónde está la biblioteca en Paris? Tails is like, I am now 3/4 done with my study guide. Oh man, oh man. Lol, for an exam that is tomorrow. Oh my goodness. At least you still have time, Tails. It's not as late for you, so just keep going. Just keep going. Gavin says, yo soy, yes. Yo soy es muy rápido. I know single R's are not rolled. I just like rolling everything, okay? It's fun. But I believe it's like 2 R's is rolled and then 1 R is not, right? Stupid autocorrect. Honey, no. Chico says, I'm just asking because IDK if multitasking is good for your health. There's no such thing as multitasking, Chico. You just have to switch really quickly. Chico says, haha, maybe just, oh, thank you, Mouse. Mouse says, I'm fine. I'm doing fine. Fine, so fine, I blow my mind. Just set times to read like every 5 minutes so you don't fall so far behind. I prefer you reading the chat and talking. Yay! I like doing that too. Nick says, you just need a Nix to read your chat for you. Where can I get a Nix? Tails, where did you get the Nix that reads your chat so well? Nuzlocke! Gavin says, you should stream Resident Evil. No, thank you. I can't do scary stuff. Remember you streamed Mario once. Did I? Did I stream Mario? Oh yeah, I did! That was fun too. The trick to game commenting is to just speak your train of thought aloud, rather than trying to think of things to say. I will try that very, very hard. But often it'll just wind up being me going, ah! Oh no! Wah! I don't like this. Get rid of that. Maybe a little bit like here. Maybe like that. Maybe if I put some of this here. Shoot. Maybe a little bit here. Yeah, I think I like it with a darker shadow. Okay, so I'm gonna go back in and add a darker shadow area for a bunch of these parts. And then I gotta rough Gallade up a bit more so it looks like he was knocked down in a fight and isn't just like reclining. And then I think that'll do it. I think that'll do, pig. Picked my gremlin self out of the gutter in Oklahoma. Gotta get myself to Oklahoma and pick some nicks. Back in high school. Kind of European language doesn't roll the R's. I don't know. You could do zero common sense run of a Pokemon game, like trying to beat a game with only a Magikarp. Why would I do that, Gavin? Why are you always coming here with the bad takes? Rather than keep, single R's aren't rolled in Spanish? What? Actually, single R's are rolled when the word starts with an R. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I have a civics test tomorrow, and I'm just here talking. IDK, what to make of it. I'm trying to study while watching, though. Good. Back in high school, I would be watching while doing bunny care, but I have a headache again. I'm sorry, Mouse. I hope you feel better. Nick says, oh, I read that one. French doesn't roll the R's. They're too proper to roll the R's. Because they're guttural. I think German's pretty guttural, isn't it? Do they roll their R's? Try practicing self-talk when you do other things, Zero. Narrate the things you do aloud. Engage yourself in conversation. Why would I want to listen to myself, though? But that sounds like a good idea. I've never been able to practice talking. I know I need to, but like even in school when I had to give presentations and stuff, I could never just recite things. And like by myself too, like to this day, if I am trying to record something, I have a really hard time just doing pre-recorded content. It's just something about not having someone to talk to makes me not want to talk. It's I don't know, it's my brain turns off, and I can't just let things go. I'll just constantly be re-recording things and like listening to it back, like watching it back and being like, oh, I don't like how that sounds. I need to redo it. Whereas when I'm on a stream, I can kind of stream of consciousness talk because people are listening, and it's not like I can just go back and edit it. So if I do say something wrong or weird, I can play it off like make mention of it, or like turn it into something funny, hopefully, or like you know, I don't know. I need audience. My brain is like, no one listen? Why talk? Turns off talking function. No need this. Save on battery. Save on gas. I think my body knows that it's constantly out of energy. Like, you're not providing me with sustenance or you know, anything that I need to survive. So if you don't need the function, I'm turning it off. This is for your own good. And I'm like, no. How do you know I don't need that? Okay, I think this is a little too dark. I might go back and like lighten it. In fact, I might just do that now. Let me finish that. I say, and then I just continue working at it without turning it down. But okay, sometimes I get into a groove of doing one task, and I don't want to break that groove yet. think his face can use a little bit of shadowing. Right there, maybe. Okay, maybe just the cheek fluff. Cheek fluff out a little bit, and then maybe eyes. Maybe put it on the eyes a little bit. I don't know. I just keep adding more. Hopefully it looks good in the end. Don't always know when you're in the process. Gotta just see it through and then step back and see if it works. Something like that, maybe? I don't know. Let me just shade that whole thing. Let's see how that looks. I don't know if I like it, actually. I'll have to sit on that and come back later, because I'm not sure how I feel about that. Bring it down a little bit. I don't know if the other two need that. Maybe I'll add some to the inside of the dress. Just for that extra layer. Because there's a lot of lines in here that aren't defined. That kind of helps, yeah. Maybe a little bit shadow here to break up the dress from Curlia's foot, so it doesn't like completely blend into each other. And then a little bit here somehow. I don't know how yet, but I don't know. It feels like it needs to be. No, 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 no. Maybe this part down there, and then over here, and then down over here. I'm gonna zoom in. Oops, I zoomed out. Zoom in slightly. Get that in. Going right there. Okay. You know what? That's looking pretty stinking good. I didn't think it needed it, but once I put it in, I kind of dig it. Okay. Alright, well, let me catch up with the chat real quick. Scrolling up, cause they're guttural. Gaming commentary came to me very easily from the get-go because I self-talk a lot. I have friends who self-talk. They talk to themselves. They talk to me if I'm in a room. They're just constantly talking. They'll talk to themselves when I'm in the room, not to me. Like, they'll say something, I'll be like, what? And they'll be like, I'm not talking to you. Which is just so strange to me because I don't have an inner voice. Sometimes I feel like I have to be talking to something, and even then it's like I struggle so hard to craft my words to make my thoughts stream through the bottleneck that is my mouth and like into the universe, that it's not stream of conscious for me. Gavin says, to be honest, the first Resident Evil was a lot cheesier than the newer ones. You be more scared by the bad voice acting. Oh, Chico's, that sounds fun, actually. Chico says, I feel dumb when I self-talk. How do I do it? I think the problem is if you're not used to it, you think too hard about doing it rather than actually doing it. Does that make sense? Like, while it's like meditation. When you're meditating and you're not used to meditating, you're thinking the whole time, am I doing it right? I am meditating. This is me trying to meditate. Is this how meditation feels? And it's like your brain is constantly doing the thing. Mouse says, I don't know, I just do it. I'm very into my own sense of humor, so I tend to crack myself up. That's so cool. I'm so glad. It's good to, like, not only know what your sense of humor is, but to also vibe with it. Like, a lot of the times, especially with art styles, I gravitate towards an art style, but that art style isn't my art style. So I have to, like, work to, do I want to make it more like that? Oh, but it's not really, you know, like, it's constantly thinking, critical thinking, rather than just enjoying what you do. Chico says, I think Gavin's idea would be very on brand. The Resident Evil thing. Just make dry jokes. Wait, I could probably commentate well myself too. Yeah, Gavin, you should do some streams on your own, and we'll see. You know, you keep saying I think, but make it a reality. Let us, like, show us what you can do. Mouse says, I won't. Wait, you won't what? It's nice for stimulation. Tail says, I wish I could give stream advice, but IDK what exactly I do during streams. Gavin says, to be honest, I would probably say stupid stuff throughout the entire game just to entertain myself. I say a lot. I've been trying, there are certain things that I say, or like I tend to say, that I'm trying to avoid. You know, I try to not be self-deprecating or put myself down too much in order to make myself feel better, like to fish for compliments, you know. I don't want to do that. I try to, like, not be too negative without being critical about it. There are other stuff that I can't remember. It's hard to keep in mind the things that you want to keep in mind when you can't you can't remember them. It's really annoying. Mouse says, I continue to talk despite the entire universe wanting me to shut up for some reason. Gavin says, I can probably work well in a group chat though, since I'm a good conversation starter. Always have a good question to ask Polar when I ask him on VC. Sletberg is here. Hi, Sletberg. Thanks for coming. Mouse, I don't know if the entire universe wants you to shut up. I mean, you know, I tend to enjoy your tirades, depending on the topic. Chico says, the universe is very rude if it wants you to shut up. Leonard, Chico says, amazing painting. Leonard says, the colors epified the image. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your compliments. Pokemon Master Wheeler says, oh man, rad. Oh, Sletberg says, rad. Master Wheeler says, they took Gladion's theme out of the dub! No, not my boy Gladion! At least for this scene. Silver and Gladion should meet up one day. I don't know if I want to see that or if I don't. Tails is like, oh, I definitely talk to myself a lot normally. Maybe that does help when I have to stream alone. Gavin says, I usually talk to myself when I'm alone. When I do so around my brother, he calls it weird. Mouse says, me, saliva has painkillers in it, so I will lick my arm. Starts to hurt. Me, what? There is nothing dirtier than the human mouth, so be careful about getting your wounds on your mouth. Honestly, when I cut part of my finger off, I stuck it straight in my mouth. The tongue is a great band-aid when you don't have one on hand. Just holds all of it in. philosophic. Philosophic. Woo. It's Shakespearean in its drama. Gavin says there's healing ointments in saliva. There is, but now my arm hurts a lot more. Just don't get an infected mouse. Like, wash your wounds. Gavin says, well, I just don't really have many games to play on my computer, except for Pokemon MMO and Minecraft. Pokemon MMO, is that like Pokemon Revolution Online? Zero, this is debatable. Let's debate later then. Gavin says, maybe I should IV breed and EV train Pokemon for the upcoming Sinnoh. Talk with you guys on the chat. Pokemon MMO is basically Pokemon games, but online. Pokemon Sword Art Online. Okay. What do I need to do? It's pretty done, I'll say. I think one thing I can do, and I don't know yet if I want to apply it to the whole image, so I will to begin with. Is I will try which one of these can I use? Overlay, maybe? Let's try this one. Oops, I did it the wrong way. Just kind of tie it all together a bit in the end there with an overlay channel. And then I could also take the background and blur the bottom, but I don't know if I need to, actually. Let me think. I do want to bring this up slightly, maybe. I'm not sure, but I want that bit of the dress to show a little better. So I will try to move that up so that this part stands out a bit. Maybe it could be even lighter down here. Just a little bit lighter even. Maybe a little bit warmer. And I think that's it. That's done. I don't want to... You know, a piece is never done. But I don't think I want to fiddle anymore. As far as I'm concerned, this is presentable. And so... we conclude our stream with a little bit of a game, as always. Anyone in the chat, if you would like, drop your, drop your favorite Earth type. in the chat. And I mean like ground, rock, steel, grass? I don't know. Does grass count? That's earthy. And while you guys do that, I'm gonna catch up with the chat. Mouse says I don't want to wash it. Gavin says you guys could probably interact with me in the game too if we're in the same channel and region. There's currently Kanto Hoenn and Unova Sinnoh is coming soon. Johto Hoomst? They don't have Johto yet, but all of the Johto Pokemon are obtainable. Mouse says, I just found out you can remove nicknames off a Pokemon. This is very good to know. What do you mean remove names off a Pokemon? You mean the name raider? Or are you talking about Pokemon MMO? Like you can remove names before? Devin says, I actually completed the decks for the most part, except for Mewtwo and some Unova Pokemon. Gavin says, yeah, name raider's pretty useful. Master Wheeler says, I would just like to inform you all that Gladion walked up to 4 gods and told them to stop wasting his time. I love Gladion so much. I don't know much about him, but every time I see him, I'm happy. Chico says, a shadow game? Tail says, nicely done on the piece. Thank you so much. I spent 2 whole episodes of the stream working on this stinking piece. I think it turned out alright. Mouse, of course, comes in with a Mudkip! Wheeler says Lycanroc, but which type? Chico is laughing that I said Earth type. Or Marshtop? Marshtop! Torterra! Your favorite Earthen. IDK ground types aren't my thing, lol. Dusk! Lycanroc. Mudbray? Rhydon? Swampert, I guess, since I love the Hoenn starters. Why would I be talking about Pokemon MMO? I don't play it. I don't know! I didn't think you would not know about name raiders in normal Pokemon. Is a thing, you know. Oof. Okay, guys. You're throwing a lot of Pokemon at me, and I do appreciate it. And for Nyx, it's Jirachi. Flygon is why is Jirachi steel type? I don't know what type Jirachi is. I thought it was just pure psychic. I'm downloading MMO right now. I hope you enjoy it. I thought name raiders only let you change a nickname, not remove it. Oh, did you not mean like just nicknaming it back? Oh. I don't know. I guess I wasn't fully aware of that, but okay, I don't think I've drawn several of these Pokemon. Let's see how well I do doing it by memory. Well, I've heard the entire Mudkip line. So here is a Mudkip. He's very ready. Very ready for something. I wonder if I can open up his mouth. That would be nice. I think the way I drew the head, it doesn't really want to open. So this could be weird. Let's give it a try, shall we? Hey! Alright. I like drawing the Mudkip line. I think I have the same feeling towards the Mudkip line as Nyx has towards the Tepig and Chespin line, where they don't like it from the official stuff, but like the way I draw it is fun. I never really like Mudkip the way it looks in official stuff like plushies, because they make the head like this, and then the mouth like this, and then the eyes are like up here, but then they also like have the mouth open most of the time. Did I just draw Kermit? But yeah, I don't know, it's a little squashed to the front for me. But then when I get to draw it, it's a lot of fun. So I really enjoy drawing Pokemon like that, where I've figured it out. There are some Pokemon that I can't figure it out for, and that's why I don't like them. I've never been able to figure out how to draw Charizard. I know a lot of people don't like Charizard anymore because it's like too popular. But for me, it's always been, I have no idea how to draw this bloke. And that's why I don't like it. Alright, Marshtomp, I'm trying to remember how it looks. I think it has one singular whisker, right? Mouse, you know Marshtomp. Help me out. Or I guess, is that cheating? Oh, looks like a Muppet LOL. Yes. Oh, hello, Ponimator. Thanks for coming. You made it just in time for the end of the stream. OMG, you drawing so cute. Thank you so much. Let me scroll back up to see. Drachi is Psychic Steel and Psychic Pokemon. Mouse says no. Because if you name it after the species, it will be called its baby name when it evolves. By removing the nickname, the name changes upon evolution. Okay. I don't remember knowing that, but yeah, that makes sense. This is... I feel like this is not new knowledge, but it also feels like new knowledge. Like, I can't say that I knew it beforehand, but I'm not surprised by it. So I'm just in this, like, this state of, yes. Yeah. Juan comes in with Pukami. She's cute. Jirachi is best baby. Yeah, I'm trying to draw some Pokemon from memory here. And I think I'm doing okay so far because Mudkip is quite well known. I've done quite a few Mudkips in my day, but it's getting a little iffy with Marshtomp and then later Swampert because I have not drawn them as much. Name Raider can remove. I heard you like Mudkips. Gavin bringing in the old memes. Gavin! Wonder if anyone will get that. Gavin is like, everything is new. And and he's throwing darts at a wall. Honestly, I'm a hit or miss with that. It's like things that should be like super well known, it might have just gone right past me my entire life. And then other things, it's like, who do you think you're talking to? So honestly, it's like it really could be Baby Utterface. Yes. Looks like a Muppet. Adore Mudkip's base design, but it does become a lot more fun when artists start tweaking it. Colorful Chimera says, new challenge, draw Pokemon as Muppets. I think Chico did a very good Rayquaza Muppet at one point. Master Wheeler says, I've never cared about Charizard's popularity. It's how Game Freak treats it that I don't like. That's what I mean by popular. It's popular with the game devs. They're pushing it very, very hard. Gavin says, to be honest, I need to just attempt to draw a big complex Pokemon and see how it goes. Not the Charizard debate again. Don't worry, we're not debating it. I'm just using it as an example, and honestly, it's because of the design that I'm bringing it up, because I tried to draw a Charizard the other day, and it had war flashbacks. Yeah, one whisker, single whisker. It has 3 each cheek. Also have a Marshtomp comic. 3 is Mudkip, maybe Swampert too. Bruh. All Evos have 3 each cheek. Your memory is off. It's only 1. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just 1 for Marshtomp. And its legs are really fun because there's like no ankle. There's no separation. So it's like these fun big honkin' knees and then suddenly foot. I think I'll just put the tails together like this. Sometimes I break them apart, but I don't think they extend that far, actually. Since I put a little bit of shading on Mudkip, I'll also shade Swampert Swampert, I call him Swampert. Marshtomp just a little bit. Just to keep it looking like a little bit consistent. And then what's the last one? Swampert, right? Swampert has a fun shape. I might do this in a different style because I like drawing Swampert with these big ol' fins on the head. And then, Swampert has 3 spikes again, but it's sideways. From how it is on the Mudkip. I do know that. That's all I have memory of, though, because I remember doing it like this once, and I really liked the shape of the head that I gave it. And my memory of its body beyond this is iffy. So let me try and see if I remember how any other part of the Swampert looks. I'm pretty sure down from here. I'm trying to fix that fin. It's not good. It needs. Okay, I'll just leave that alone. I think move him over so I can put his tail in. I think he has one on his knee too. He's like weird carrots. And then I think this goes around. It's like the amphibian version of crotch fuzz. Someone was like, just because it doesn't have fuzz, you think I can't put it in? Took it as a challenge or something. Sceptile got off without any, though. That there. I think I can fill that in. Uh-oh. Ah. I left a gap somewhere. There we go. There we go. Swampert. A longer boy than the others. I don't like the gills. They're a little hard to fit on. Okay, sorry guys. Also have a martial common, no 3 each is Mudkip. You can draw Pikachu. I bet I can draw. Oh, Wheeler saying, I bet I could draw Pikachu from memory. Your memory is off by 1. I can draw Mudkip and its Evos from memory alone. I just realized I've been drawing Marshtomp wrong this whole time. Gavin, that's a mood. That's such a mood. I'll draw a Pokemon my entire life and then realize one day that I've been doing it wrong the entire time. Sogaleo just purred. Oh. Gavin's like, well, there goes all of my credibility. Dude, you gotta play Poke MMO. They somehow managed to make the ROMs into an online game. Yeah, it actually probably the best Pokemon game out there. At Chico, hype for Sinnoh. My Oshawott survived with 1 HP. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I like the difficulty curve. Might actually stream myself playing and breeding. Gavin, you should probably play Pokemon MMO on stream so I can see what the deal is about before I have to download it myself, because I'm a big baby when it comes to downloading things. I'm trying to remember. I think I heard Lycanroc Dusk form, which I have no idea what it looks like. So forgive me while I do my best to remember something that I pretty much only saw once today. What kind of ears does it have? Does it have midnight ears? I'm gonna give it midnight ears. And midnight eyes, because I remember seeing it had those when it was angry. Okay, so I know it has a collar of fur. Around its neck, and then it has like rocks coming out of it. So I'm gonna add those. And hopefully the sight of them will jog my memory. Oh, it kind of has like a Larvesta thing going on. Yeah. Maybe one up here too. And then it's a four-legged boy, like midday form. I'm gonna give him socks like that. I'm gonna give him these things. I don't know what they are, but I know Midnight Form has them. And I feel like I saw maybe he had them too. Back leg. Right here. I don't know what kind of tail he has. I'm gonna give him a long tail. Okay. I'm sorry. I've been drawing under the chat again. I always do this where I draw precisely underneath where the chat is talking so that you can't see enough, or you can see just enough to be frustrated when I have like nothing going on in the empty space right next to it. Whoops. So that's Lycanroc from memory. Dusk form. The legs of a doggo that survived being dropped to 800 meters. The noodle leggies. Oh yeah, I gave you a refresher on what it looked like earlier today. Yep. Thank you, Master Wheeler. There is no chat. Wait, what? What? There's no chat on the screen? You guys. Where did the chat go? There you are. Whoops. Apparently I didn't have the chat on the whole time. But yeah, there it is. I also forgot to change it back to starting at the bottom. So like it starts at the top where it's being blocked by my like name, because maybe I can show you guys real quick. Oh no, I can't because it'll mess it up. Where was it hiding? Wheeler ate it. Blame her. I might actually stream myself. Breed, Venture, Longboy, also Jirachi. Oof! This study guide tops out at a little over 9 pages, and this is just for the Tuesday exam. I'd love to show you guys the game. If you're interested to check it out. Yeah, I gave you a refresher earlier. No chat. Ate the chat. Chat was never there, lol. I've been trying to... I've been, like, playing around with, overlays and stuff, prepping for, the game streams. Been playing around with, PokeLink and all that. And so in all my messing around, I must have turned the chat off, and I just never turned it back on. Yay! I'm a professional. Okay, Jirachi. I'm just kidding, Nix. I don't know if you were there before, but in one of my previous streams, I literally couldn't remember what Jirachi looked like. So I drew something similar to that as my best shot. But I think I am a little more prepared this time since then, because I do remember now that it doesn't have an actual star for a head. And then, let's see. wish maker. And then I think it has like sleeves. Something like that. Oh no, what do its legs look like? Just give it simplified baby legs that could be anything. And you can usually get away with that. You usually get away with baby shape legs. Just like you can get away with dot eyes if you don't remember exactly the pattern to draw the eyes as. Do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I think I made the arm too long. Let's bring it down. No, that is not my child. Oh man, I love the O from Nyx. Looks like an Earthbound enemy. The Hirachi could be a shirt. The little buds by its face make the last 2 points of the star. Yeah, but I always thought it was like an actual full star and then like a face somewhere on it. This is like so close. Am I missing like ribbons? There's ribbons somewhere. Shoot. Are the ribbons coming out of its back? I think it had ribbons, because it was like wrapped in them in the movie, and then it came out. Let me see. It's so close. Yes, you're missing its little wings. Angel wings. I like how these ones are framing it, so I'm gonna leave them like this, but I hope that's close enough. Does have nub legs. Oh, good. Oh, good. That's pretty much perfect. Yay! I got Jirachi. So much better than what I did before. But also, what I did before was hilarious, and I love it. And I kind of don't know where I put it. It was a doodle under one of the other Pokemon families, I'm sure. I should really go and find it again, because I'm not sure exactly how it looked like, but it was really funny. Okay, and then I think there was also a call for... What did Tails say? I think Tails said one too. Love the movement in the paper charms. Yay! Paper is one of those things where it can be very boring, but it also can be very fun to draw. Because it's literally just a single plane. Xiamen? What's that? I love the movement. It's amazing. I said Leafeon or Flagon. Alright, I think I have room somewhere here for a Leafeon. Flagon's a little too long, but I think I can fit in a Leafeon. Leafeon is not one of the evolutions I know very well. I do very much like it. It's one of my favorite of the designs, but I have not drawn it almost at all. I do remember it has like curls, because the curls are supposed to be like leaves. And then its ears are like leaves. Like actual leaves. So I'm just gonna make them into leaves. I wonder if they're actual leaves or if they just look like leaves, you know? Like, are they furry, or are they like crinkly when you touch them? Are they thin, like paper thin, like leaves are? And like, are the green parts on the fur also leaves? I'm trying to fit it in to the space that is available. I think it had like leaf tufts on its arms too, on its elbows. I think the hardest evolution for me to draw is probably Sylveon. And then it's like from memory. Sylveon from memory. I can never remember where all of the ribbons are. Pokemon Master Wheeler said, "Man, you were so close to pronouncing it right. I'm surprised you didn't just get it when you said it out loud." Shaman. Is it shaman in Japanese? Are they skin like Sylveon's ribbons? Flesh leaves. Oh my goodness! Wheeler says, I always assumed that the green fur was leaves. If it is furry, I feel like it probably feels like petting a peach. Ooh, like the underside of some leaves that have kind of fur. Leaves are plants' flesh. Oh, what if they're like... Oh, but it's like a crinkly texture though. It's not like a succulent, which are nice and plump, you know? Maybe that's an idea for a variant of Leafeon, is having plump leaves. Like a succulent. Okay. And I think, did anyone else say one? Did anyone who didn't say one, put a earth type in the chat? Or did I get to all of them? How's the Sylveon? Did I get it right? So like leaf fur on its chest is the only one I can't really show. Maybe if I stick it in here. But yeah, it's like, it's got the leaves on the shoulders, on the head. I can't really think of anywhere else that it had leaves. Are they skin? I'm trying to think of like what in, like, maybe they're just really, really thin mouse ears. You know how like mouse ears are pretty paper thin? Shaman in Japanese. It does sound similar. Don't know why the subs say shaman. Although everywhere says it's Sheeman. I think Xiamen seems more like a Chinese romanticization of that word. Pokemon Master Wheeler says, although really same pronunciation either way. Sletberg says, why do hot dogs come in packages of 8, but hot dog buns come in packages of 6? Because you need the last 2 dogs to just eat by themselves. Dogs are just so good. Or you can chop them up and sprinkle them over some vanilla ice cream. Mmm. To cross the other side. That Leafeon is a mood. Chico says, I did, but eh. Leonard said, I said right on, but it's too large to fit in the sheet. Chico said, too hard to draw, lol. Wait, what was yours? I feel like that's a challenge. What was yours, Chico? Rhydon. If you mean your Leafeon, only thing off is the ears gradient into becoming leaves and have the listening holes in them. Oh. I mean, that makes a little bit more more sense. Yeah, I did mess that up. Do you do what with your hot dogs? Excuse me? Have you never tried it? It's pretty good. I haven't had it in a long time, so maybe past me was psychotic, but I think I can still fit him in. I think he can still fit. I'm not sure. I think his knee. I'm confused about the Rhydon. Is very confusing. Only slightly better than Rhyhorn, which is the pre-evolution, which is even worse. I never know where to put the plates, you know? There's just so many like little details of where things are. And then he has like 2 sets of ears. Like, what's up with that? Da 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 da. And 2 sets of horns. There's so much. I think the one that's like connected is on the bottom, I want to say, but I could be wrong. I think it might actually be the other way around. It's so sad that Rhydon can't cry. Is that like actual Pokedex fact that Rhydon can't produce tears? Is Rhydon okay? I always hated drawing Rhyhorn. You need to just make a batch of Pokemon mood stickers. Maybe I will. He seems not okay. He's going through a time. That's fair, Sophocles. Looking to the sun god for comfort is very valid. Praise the sun, our magnificent father. Rhydon's heart is literally stone. Also, it's sad that Rhydon can't cry. Straight out of the decks. Wow, okay. Well, Chico, I'm curious. What was your Pokemon? Because I've drawn everyone else's. I might as well do yours too. Was it Mudbray? I think someone said Mudbray, but I also think it might have been Mouse, and I've already done like 3 Pokemon for her, so I'm not doing Mudbray. Also, I don't want to draw Mudbray. Torterra! Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, guys. We're gonna do this. Torterra's going to go right here. I remember on Tumblr I saw a Torterra care guide at one point. It was like how to care for your Torterra. And I absolutely love stuff like that where it talks about Pokemon like they're actual animals and talks to you as if you're in the Pokemon world. It makes me really not want a Torterra, honestly, because it seems like so much work to maintain the ecosphere that lives on them. All right, there he is. The littlest boy. Take a look at him. There he is. The bonsai turtle. Are we? You gotta really simplify it. I love it already. Snappy, tiny snappy turtle, small bab. Torterra was an interesting draw. Oh, I went to the bathroom and I'm back to see a Rhydon, I think. There's your Rhydon. There's your Rhydon. I hope you like him. He's having a good time. Not really. But I hope you guys had a good time. And thank you all for hanging out with me today. I was planning to end the stream early since I started it early, but we kind of just went all the way to 12 as we tend to do going over time. But you know, it's just so much fun drawing Pokemon. How can we not go over time? But we have our little friends as best as I could do them. And with that, I guess we are set. Let me see. The turtle guy is also a mood double zero dose. Thanks for the stream. It's always fun. Thank you for the stream. That's good point. Wait, when I see stuff like that, it makes me realize why most Pokemon have only 2 or 3 Pokemon. And usually they don't evolve them. And they have like 3 Rattatas because, you know, you know how to take care of one Rattata, you can take care of more. But yeah, thanks everyone. Hats off to all my patrons, my viewers, friends, all of you guys who come and help make this channel fun. And I hope to see you guys next week. If you're not already subscribed or followed on my streaming places, make sure you do so you can join us next week when we do something else that's fun, hopefully. And check out my stuff, I guess, at zeroprostudio.com. And with that, I'm going to finish my cold tea and maybe go to sleep. But probably not. Adios, guys. Have a good night. Bye-bye.